Hey! I'm unmuting you.
What? Ah,
Unmuted!
unmuted. No,
Unmuted!
no. Anyway, hi chat.
This is being very slow. I might have to download and then upload. Ha! Hey, Joy?
Wait, where?
Yeah. Okay. To make this like more bearable for everyone,
You're putting Subway Surfers in the corner.
I'm gonna play some lo-fi music.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly copyright free. Here, I have to make it visible, and then I can press play on it. But then I could probably also just hide it under the background image. There we go. Hopefully, let me turn it down a little bit. That's like louder than my voice, probably. Oh yeah, and it gets louder. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on, let me physically turn it down some too. Then I can mess with the volume. Yeah. To make this a lot more bearable, I'm just gonna let that run. What are we doing here? I don't know. That's the great part. I really don't know.
Well,
Actually don't know how to start. I wish I had some kind of direction. Let me start
we
by
can start.
opening up Aspirate.
Okay, that's a good start. Then you can talk about what kind of game you're going to make, maybe even the title, what you're aiming for in creating it. Yeah. Spitball some mechanics. Excuse me. Sorry. I got those EP-ons today. Honestly, I think the thing to do is just talk, and then just let the talking keep talking. So you talk while you talk, and then you walk the walk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, you can't stop the clock when you walk the walk. Wise words from a wise Joe.
I'm actually not the best artist. That's fine. Here. I'm kind of like, yeah, I do want to explain stuff to chat, but there is no chat. So. Huh? You know, what is the correct response to that? I have no idea.
You know, you do make a fair point. Also, even though I have asked right, this is actually my first time seeing what it looks like open.
Yeah.
Like, I had planned to, like, mess with it a lot some years ago and then just didn't. Oh, hey, look, chat.
I made this. This was an aspirate, so. Got it?
Hi, Cap. Welcome in.
I did this in aspirate. It is all pixels. Pixels look a little crisp when you zoom in. Like, hot damn. I don't know, I think this came out alright, except for
I liked it.
This looks a little silly, but I do think this looks pretty crisp, and I do like this part is pretty cool. The prism's pretty cool. Look at the pixels on that. That's a prism, by the way.
That's a prism.
And the
A
rainbow
whole
colored
freaking
face.
prism.
So I did that in aspirate, since it's pixels. I'm not the best. How big did I make this? Actually, how big is this one? Property. Sprite properties? 268 by 242. Not bad, not bad. I think I have this set to like 1000 by 1000. It does not need to be that big. So I'll open that. And then I'll also open Godot I got earlier. I think I'm gonna do it in Godot just because I don't know if what I want to make is any better than anything else. Does that make sense? I hear Godot is good, so... Create new project!
What is Godot like? I got
Galaxy Harvester. I made Wolfrix! What do you think I made Wolfrix for? Hold on.
It's true.
I could pull them up, hold on.
She does have a mascot, yeah.
Mobile. Supports desktop plus mobile platforms. Compatibility. Supports desktop, mobile, and web platforms. Do I want this to be a desktop-only game? Probably. I know Eidolon gets off for free by having a mobile counterpart, part, and like gets a lot of new like users because of that, because it's open to like not only just computer but also like phone and stuff. But I'm kind of thinking the gameplay of specifically Spiral Knights more so leans into computer probably. I probably just want to start with desktop only kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely safer to do that. Although, I don't know anything about mobile games or really.
I mean,
making
just
games in
I mean,
general, so
this is the renderer, I guess. So it says Forward Plus. Supports desktop platforms only. Advanced 3D graphics available. Can scale to large complex scenes. Uses rendering device backend. Slower rendering of simple scenes. Then there's the mobile option. Supports desktop plus mobile platforms. Less advanced 3D graphics. Less scalable for complex scenes. Uses rendering device backend. Fast rendering of simple scenes. Honestly, I might go with that, maybe. I don't need advanced 3D graphics. The game is going to be, in per se,
not
3D,
to make a spectacle.
but I think the game is going to have, like, 2D sprites to represent 3D models. So.
Yeah.
Except for maybe the background.
Kind of like that, kind of like the, you mean sort of like how Chrono Trigger does it? Like
I'll show you.
2D, 3D.
Then there's the compatibility mode. Supports desktop, mobile, plus web platforms. Least advanced 3D graphics. Intended for low-end / older devices. Use OpenGL3 backend. Fastest rendering of simple scenes. I can kind of just go with mobile and see from there what I can get away with. And swap to forward maybe later if I need it. But it like opens up the option to maybe have a mobile version, you know? Version control metadata? None get. Probably get. Edit now. Create a folder. Browse. I don't want this folder. I don't want the documents folder. I would rather have, like, my desktop, probably. Can I hop to my desktop?
You may not.
Desktop. Yeah, I would rather just do it here, probably. Select current folder. Create. Let me show you. Oh, wow. Jeez. Let me show you what I got. Let me show you what I got going. So, let's see. I believe I could just import the images into Asprite. So I can show you my mascot. Get a load of fit. I drew them a bit back. If you know me, you should know me. Huzzah! Wow. Would you look at that? It's not a pixel, but would you look at that? That's a Wolver. So.
Cool.
These are guys I created to specifically be a part of this game a long time ago. They're my own, like, species. I mean, there's gonna be, like, humans, too. So this game actually ended up being part of the extended meaning of green canon. What is the meaning of green? Well, what is the meaning of green is a in quotations, heavy quotations, fan fiction that's essentially just a shitpost story. And it's funny, but it has a lot of lore. So, what is the meaning of green? Or better shortened to Whitmog, because that's the short term of it. Whitmog is so fun to say though. In Whitmog, Wolverks are a species. Like, they are an alien species. So, hi, Chewie. Chewie, you're here for emotional support? Wow. Also, Kep, you're free to join VC, but, so essentially, in Whitmog, the Wolverks exist. They come to Earth, because their planet, so they're rhythmic beings. They can sense the pulses of life as a beat, per se. And they sense that their planet is dying. I mean, not only is their planet dying, but their planet literally exists on the edge of an event horizon. The entire galaxy, which is where this game's going to take place, by the way, takes place on the edge of a black hole, like the event horizon. The galaxy is trapped there, so they have tried, but like they're kind of chill with it, cause like, you know, they're like floating around this black hole, but they aren't being absorbed into it, per se. But their planet is still dying, because, you know, it's like, being on the event horizon itself is like suffocating the planet a little bit, like speeding its, like, decay. But otherwise life is still thriving on the planet. But they can sense with their rhythmic pulses that their planet is dying. So after many failed attempts to actually leave the event horizon, they finally did it. And they went out into space with a couple different groups that actually escaped the event horizon. And their goal was to look for planets that were also dying. To like get a better, what would you call it? A better sample size of, like, you know, how the planets are dying and how they can, like, reverse this, or if they need to all leave, which is difficult because event horizon. So, they end up coming to Earth. And Earth is actually slowly dying. That is actually the main plot of the first big part of Whitmog, that the Earth is dying. This hasn't been revealed yet in the story, but, like, I'm giving you the lore info dump.
Synopsis?
The synopsis. So, they show up to Earth, a group of them, and they're trying to figure out, like, okay, your planet's dying, our planet's dying, let's see what we could do now that we're in a different space, essentially. Because being in, you know, on the edge of an event horizon kind of tampers with a lot of things. But essentially they have a science group at home looking into it, and now they have a group on Earth looking into it. Well, the humans are kind of okay with this, because this is technically their first interaction with aliens, and, like, the wider net of, like, the solar system, or not even just the solar system, the universe in general. So they're kind of, like, wary at first, and Wolverks are... So Wolverks come in... Let me see if I can find the picture. Is this picture fine? It's probably fine. This picture's fine. Oh, that's not finished. What?
What? What's not finished?
These are the doodles. Yay! You can see though this one. He's got the shield. The shield.
I don't think I have that one. I don't think you sent me that one.
It's because I remade all of the images on this one and then added an extra one right here.
Crazy.
You probably have this one. So Wolverines actually have like, you know, they have different forms. You have a like, ooh, that's so tiny.
Just send all of this to me anyway.
They have essentially what's like a, Can I not? Thank you, Troy. Thank you. There, you can see with the pink. They have essentially what is a, what you would call a feral, and then anthro form. The forms are different.
And biped.
Essentially, yeah. But I dictate them by saying, like, feral, because usually they grow up in stages, and usually the ones that still look like this are essentially less civilized than the ones that end up standing on 2 feet. And the ones that stand on 2 feet could still become, like, feral in nature, especially when fighting. You got that over here going on. You know, they still get on all fours, they are creature. They come in different colors, especially because they are highly adaptive. Again, they are rhythmic beings who are highly adaptive with the pulses of life. Depending on the environment that they live in, affects their own vibrations. So you can have, like, a fire one. Or, you can have... I might have this somewhere.
They're the vibe check species.
A vibe check species. So Sharon drew this. Shoutouts to Sharon. But,
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Sharon. You can have ice ones, too. That's ice. That's ice right there. Wowie zowie. That's my Wolverine. This is what I'd be. You sure you well, okay, let me get into it. Because one of the main plots in Galaxy Harvesters, I'll touch back on this later, is intermingled hybrid species. I'll touch back on that later, but you absolutely could have a Kobold Wolverine. So essentially, these creatures, you know, they get to Earth and they start populating, but they're like dogs. You know, they are fucking dogs. So they have, like, whole litters when they have, like, pups. But since they're a lot more, like, civilized than most dogs, those litters usually end up, like, mostly surviving. You know how, like, out in the wild, if a dog has, like, a litter of pups, not all of them usually survive? Most dogs. I don't know if, my head is still here and there. They're like mostly developed, but probably I like to imagine Wolverines initially spawn as the quadruped type until they like grow enough smarts and like advance enough to become the bipedal type. Like it's kind of their like stages of evolution, and like so like there are going to be enemy Wolverines, but most of the enemy Wolverines you fight are going to be like wild ones that look like the stage 1s, right? So because they like ended up like overpopulating a little bit, the humans were like, nah, fuck that. We weren't sure about you guys before, but now you guys are like starting to grow in number, and you could outnumber us at some point. Fuck that. Die. And there's this huge war happens in Whitmog. It's called the Wild War, where essentially, you know, the humans are scared of being outnumbered by these vastly growing in number Wolverines on the planet of Earth. So they're not cool with that.
Puppies.
They're not cool. Yeah, and they're also smart, so they're not cool with that. Not only do they have the technology to like fly to like different ends of space, but like they're also very in tune with like what's going on with Earth as well, and they don't want to believe that. So like no one is like listening to what they're saying that the Earth is dying, because like all of the scientists on Earth are checking, and they're like, dude, nothing's happening. What the fuck are you on about? So the humans not only don't believe the Wolverks, but they're scared of the Wolverks. The Wolverks are essentially like aliens. So they're kind of like, nah, fam, The Wild War happens. Most of the Wolverks during the Wild War either get like exterminated or like held captive. I won't go much into detail about that because that's important for Whitmog. Read Whitmog. But so they come from this planet that exists on the event horizon. The start of this game is essentially... Here, do I have a... Cool. So you got this event horizon. I do not like that color. Wow, let's just go black. No. You have this event horizon, and it's got all the, like, little planets. Yeah, I'm the best scroller ever. It's got all these planets. And, one of them is the Wolverk home planet. This is your starting planet, by the way. Are the planets yummy? Maybe. So, your ship... Oh yeah, we'll draw a ship. This is the ship. Hell yeah. Look at my coolest spaceship.
Difficulties on my end. It'll be about time for me to get started with the
D&D.
tabletop. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I figured that would be the case.
Yeah, for some reason I was in, but nobody can see me, but I can see everybody, and I'm like, why can't I do anything?
So, let me get back to it. The ship crash lands on... Because the event horizon essentially pulls them in. Because, reminder again, there's a black hole at the center. This is kind of the event horizon of it. And the planets are slowly... They're, like... It's not a solar system, it's...
I mean, it can't be a solar system.
Right. What would a black hole system be called? A lunar system? That kind of sounds.
No, I forgot what that would be called. Let me look it up.
So the planets aren't getting absorbed in. They're actually staying pretty equidistant from the black hole, but they're slowly spinning around the black hole essentially. The start of the game is you and your crew crash land onto the Wolverk planet. There are other planets. You know, let's say there's a kobold planet. That could be the kobold planet. Let's say this tiny guy is the slime planet. You have the slimes.
It would be called a black hole system or supermassive black hole system if it's at the center of a galaxy.
Oh.
If it has a star, it would be called a black hole binary.
It might have a star.
Oh, then it depends on if it's dominating the center of the galaxy or not.
We'll come back to that when it's more important. I don't fully understand what you said, but we'll come back to that. Obviously, this is just I'm explaining the setting. So
No, you're good.
Reminder that the Wolverks sense that this planet is slowly dying and decaying, but they don't know what to do about that. But right now, it kind of looks like it's thriving. If no star, that means everyone is kobolds, because no light. Well, reminder that black holes suck in light, so there's going to be ambient light across the event horizon where the light is being taken. So the ambient light is still going to hit all of the planets that way.
Yeah, the accretion disk is basically superheated, like stardust and all sorts of fun stuff. So it would actually cast off a lot of light.
So the planets are still thriving, but the Wolverines sense that their planet is slowly decaying because of Whitmog lore. And so all of the other races kind of start panicking. They're like, oh no, the places are fucking dying. So now all of the separate planets are kind of fighting for resources, pretty much, with each other. And it becomes a huge race war. You know, like, you have all these different planets, they're like, no, we want all the resources, and to get out of the event horizon, because it's really hard to. Reminder, the Wolverines are probably the most scientifically advanced, but they don't have the resources to actually make too many ships. So the ships that actually escaped the Wolverine planet are very few in number, because most of them just end up crashing back into the planet or into one of the other planets. Can we build huge thrusters on the planet to move it out of the way? Like in that RTS? I don't know. Quasars are the brightest thing in the universe. So these planets are all still thriving, but your main ship starts on the Wolverine planet. That's just how I'm gonna set things up. So suddenly, you as a human are like, oh shit. Don't worry about the human part. I'll get to that. Suddenly you are humans, and you and your crew are like, oh shit. Okay, good. No, I'm explaining my ideas. I'm sorry, Cap, but you're gonna start as a person. But that's okay. That's okay, because let me explain. Let me explain. So, the story is essentially you guys crash land on this planet and end up in the middle.
Shiny, PK.
What?
The Raichi that you posted, I don't think it was shiny.
Is it not?
It's a weird shade that looks in between, but it doesn't look dark enough to where it looks
right.
Like
That's why I'm like, the shiny is like brown, and I can't tell if that's just my screen or if that's just like the icon for it. I keep looking at it. I'm colorblind, so I can't tell, but it looks like...
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, I had to like really squint at it. And oh, yeah, the ears. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to derail this.
No, it's fine. Anyway, I'm going to skip the tutorial just to skip the human phase and then leave a negative review because I don't understand the game. No! Pep, it's okay. You won't see a human most of the time because you'll be wearing cool armor, maybe. Probably.
Little space armor.
Besides, it's gonna be a minute before we even get to the kobolds. Essentially, I'm gonna be releasing the game in, like, worlds, pretty much, quite literally. And, so the humans show up, and they see that this, like, inner, like, species war is going on, and they also aren't trustworthy of the Wolverines, because this has been some years since the Wild War, and people have kind of forgotten about Wolverines. Like, people know what they are in general, but, like, they have no better understanding. So not only are the humans like, oh shit, Wolverine, what are those? But they also encounter the wild ones, so, like, they're not sure what to do, who to trust. They eventually garner the reputation of the smarter Wolverines, the more intelligent ones on this planet, and they're allowed to kind of be like, okay, let's work with the Wolverines who wanna get off the planet, and help us get off the planet. But, you know, shit's going on the entire time. You know, the Wolverine planet is like a giant forest. And so, like I said, the Wolverine planet doesn't really have the resources to make ships to get off their planet. Suddenly, Eventually, you'll have to travel to the other planets to get enough resources. But, of course, everyone is like, oh, you humans are with the Wolrics? Fuck you! Right? So everyone's kind of like super high on edge, intense. I'll leave the story at that for the moment, but that is essentially like the plot of this game. You're gonna have to figure out how to like walk between. That's why our first priority is to become a puppy. I'm gonna get to that. How do I just delete everything here? Wow. So this game is gonna be called Galaxy Harvesters. I already have the name of the game. Yippee. That's right. Galaxy Harvesters is real. Yippee. Is there a cool logo? No, I have not made a cool logo. I don't know how to make logos. Art design might be my passion, but cool logos, I have no idea. Unfortunately, I don't have a logo reveal. What do I mean? Wait, what do I mean? The cool logo is right there! Well, I just undid it. It's gone. Goodbye. We'll make a cooler logo. It'll be the cooler Daniel. So, let's talk about what the gameplay is gonna be like. After I check my Discord server, because someone talked in it. Yippee, I'm distracted! Okay. Check this shit out. Highly important, I show all of my sources on stream here. Oh, that has to update. Whoops. So obviously, I've talked about it before, but I'm going to show you guys all of the actual, like, sources, so you guys have, like, an actual idea of, like, what I'm talking about. Hey! Hi there, Joy! Hey!
Feeling chewy.
Are you waiting for Mom to get home? Is she almost home? Can you tell? Okay. Game... window capture? Spiral Knights. Wow, this is Spiral Knights. Let me just... Spiral Knights stream! Well, Spiral Knights is really important because this is, like, mostly what the game is going to be inspired by. So let me show you what's going on here.
Spiral Knights actually is kind of cool.
So this is essentially going to be the main gameplay. Like, I want this to be a lot like Spiral Knights. Like, I really do. Call it... It's Mecha Wolf. So call it... Ooh, Jigsaw Valley. You could call it a Spiral Knights clone. But, like, it's gonna be much different. But, like, I need to show you the different aspects of what I'm looking at to understand the game I kind of want to create. So, I can't make models. In fact, I'm not even that great with art, but essentially, you know, you see how the camera angle is, you have your character moving around, follows your cursor and stuff. The main gameplay loop, why is my right click not shield? That's silly as fuck. The main gameplay loop of Spiral Knights is you have your different weapons, there are different weapon types. Why is the arsenal button up there? So you have your different weapon types. This is super important. I'll show you a bit more later. But you get you craft your different weapons. There are different types of swords that work differently. There are guns that work differently. There's bombs that work differently. That's it. And you also have armor. You have a helmet piece and you have an armor piece. And then you have a shield piece. Write notes. Write notes if you want to. But, like, I essentially want the game to have, like, kind of similar to all of that. And this is kind of how the game plays. Everything is procedurally generated. You can hop in with a group of 4 different players. You have your shield button, which is the blue bar up here, your health, and you have a pet. The pet, I'll talk about the pet later, because I do have some ideas for that too. But essentially, you go through and enemies spawn in. There's different types of enemies. Different weapons are better against different types of enemies. I might not make that the case. But, like, different enemies are weaker to different types of weapons. So I'm running a elemental weapon here. You could kind of see because it has the green lines next to it. These robot enemies are neutral to elemental. These wood guys are also... Wow, that was awesome. I hit the wrong button.
Get me some more.
And when they die, they drop. I think what's going on here... Can I play as the pet? Kev, I will get to it. I will get to it, okay? So I think what's going on here is they have a lot of room layouts that are essentially, like, in place, and then they kind of connect, like mini rooms. They kind of connect the mini rooms based on the biome, which is Jigsaw Valley for this one, and they kind of attach them together, but it is, like, in quotations, procedurally generated. Going to the same floor will always be different. This game is also, you can play it entirely solo. You can also play it with up to 3 other friends. That's key here, because I kind of want to do the same. I would love to hop on my game and just play new content with either viewers or with On, and just, like, essentially be playing Spiral Knights with a twist on it. A big twist, of course, but... Let me run through this floor and show you guys what's going on. I'm kind of using endgame loot on this early area. Your other friends PK it's your 3rd person. Well, it's up to parties of 4, so it's you and 3 other friends. Unless you're talking about yourself. The secret 3rd person is, maybe? I don't know. I would like a lot of people to, but you'll kind of see, you know, there's sometimes key puzzles you have to do, material drops kind of happen. You kind of work your way through each floor. Like, this is essentially the core concept of the game. There are fight arenas you have to do. Those are cool. Ooh, it's true. Juno plays that one. Oh yeah, here's my gun. The enemy AI in this game is silly. So this is kind of how, like, a floor looks, and that's the end of the floor. The tier 1 floors are a lot shorter than... You know, there's different kinds of loot types. You have these capsules on the bottom that do different things. These ones you can chuck at enemies to apply a status effect. These ones heal you. These ones give you a shield that supply a status effect. You know, I mean, there's cute little, like, different types of vials. The crystals here you take to the next floor, and... this is essentially the gameplay loop, and then you'd go on to the next floor. The next floor would be, you know, we have a map button somewhere. Is it N? No. Is it B? N? No. Well, B is a layout map button. And I think everything is, like, cubed here, and they just kind of drop big rooms that are already generated and attach them together. We can make something like that, probably. No, there's like an actual map button. Or a game map. Here we go. Do you see? These kind of switch over every, like, couple minutes, every like 15-ish minutes, 15 to 30 minutes. So right now it's saying I'll go to this one, but if I wait long enough, it'll say I'm going to this one. Each one of these are kind of like a different kind of like... Essentially, it's... The color dictates the kind of environment, or the kind of enemies. The picture dictates the environment. So this is pink and it's gear. It's like a geared slime environment. And the background color dictates the element, because different enemies can have different elements. There are ice slimes, fire slimes. So you can see all these little icons. Some of these don't have different variations. Like Starlight Cradle is always Starlight Cradle. That is the biome. But you see this pink? This is a pink arena, which is, so it's a slime arena with, I can't even see what color background that is. Hold on, I need to switch monitors. I don't know what the gray background even does. But you see some of these have like a red background, so this should be a fire fiend area. But notice how the camera is. And the camera can change for cinematic moments. Sometimes it'll zoom in, sometimes it'll zoom out, depending on where you are. But notice how the gameplay is essentially, the camera's pretty much fixed. You move around the environment, you have your different weapons that do different things.
Helps you maintain your north, south, east, west.
Yeah. For when I add 14 mechanics. And you need to find more. And your character moves around them, they fight the other enemies. I'm telling you explicitly to, like, see how it is. Oh, these guys, like, restore your status conditions if you get one. Because I can't make 3D models, but I would love to still make a game like this. So imagine if it were like this, except your character were, like, pixels. Right. I'll show you what I mean after I close this game. I'm gonna complete the floor first. No, the lockbox! It'll never be mine! So the whole idea is that, you know, you go down the elevators have different environments. For my game, there's entirely different planets. So the different environments are going to be based on the planets. Oh, are they doing the anniversary event? They really are, huh? I promise this won't turn into a Spiral Night stream. Party vendor. Big place. Yes. So this is the new shield. Clockwork's Block Buckler. That's cool. And then they have the cupcake hats, which I already have. This is the shield's new though. That's a lot of cake slices. That ain't happening cheap. It's Pod Talk right now. I'm streaming. Hi.
Hi. Buy groceries.
I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Hey, here, I'll leave you guys... I just tried to click them. Okay. I'll leave you guys looking at Puppy. Puppy. So these are gonna be like the main... You'll find other enemy types on the first planet, but essentially these are gonna be like the main enemy type. Because you are on the Wolverine world to begin with.
She do got some cool ideas though going.
I'll be back.
Take your time, you're good. I am distracted. Hello, Anton. Nice to meet you. Wonderful weather we're having today, isn't it?
Okay.
Good that you is happy. I is happy
I
that
am
you
back to
happy.
continue explaining.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. So, remember how I just told you, see how it is a 3D game with 3D models, but I'm most likely going to be using 2D stuff? Or rather pixel? I mean, the background still might be either 3D to an extent, but maybe blocky. That, or it might be like voxel based? I could figure that out. I don't know. But now that you have that idea in your mind what the game looks like, let me show you this. Here, hold on. Let me get into the actual game first. I'm showing you a thing. So we played this game on stream. Everyone will know it. Here comes Nico.
That's what you meant. Okay.
Right. So imagine, the camera angle of... Was it like paused on stream? That's weird. Do I have to do a game capture? I might have to do a game capture. Q? Okay. So imagine, the camera angle of Spiral Knights and stuff, but the game kind of like, the characters in this game are all 2D animation pretty much, but they still have a full range of like movement. Well, not like a full like 8 direction, but like every character is still like 2D and stuff. Imagine the game kind of looks like this, but it plays like Spiral Knights. You go down, you slash your guys, you do whatever. I had to bring this game up as an example. Because it's a really good example, So I had to bring it up as an example. Imagine the game was just kind of looked like that. Yeah, it's like Paper Mario, I guess. So similar, except instead of everything being like drawn like it is, it'd probably be pixelated because that probably lessens the stress on me and also makes it much easier to kind of set things in. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. But, I'll somehow make the 2D animations look like they're attacking in 3D. At least I'd hope to. And so you'd kind of get the sense like you were playing Spiral Knights, except the characters are 2D like this, and probably the environment is voxel-based or something. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up because that's a really good example. Now for the part that, that everyone would see, that everyone should have seen coming. Eidolon.
Yeah.
Eidolon. If you don't know.
Now you know.
Now you know. Now you know Eidolon. If you didn't know, now you know. Eidolon essentially plays like MapleStory. You have your skills here. Yeah, you go around, you're using the skills, It essentially plays like MapleStory, except it's got a lot of, like, idle elements to it. Wow, they're all my crystal kills for today, I guess. So, that's how Eidolon is. It's essentially MapleStory, but idle. I'm kind of thinking, for this game, I kind of want it to play like Spiral Knights, but have a lot of the idle elements that Eidolon does. So what does Eidolon do? Eidolon's actually pretty genius. So, you have your different worlds. Technically we would have our different planets. But it doesn't have the mech class of MapleStory. What do you mean? It has Siegebreaker. Siegebreaker has a cannon. The classes are heavily limited in this game, but it's fine. Look, Siegebreaker. They have a pirate's cap and everything. I'm not going on my other characters right now. I'm not ready for that. But essentially, Eidolon is split into different worlds. You have to progress through a map. You have to press all the way through the map to fight the boss at the end of the map. Which lets you get to the next world. Each world introduces 3 skills. So these first 3, 1, 2, 3, this is world 1. This is world 2 right here. This is world 3. This is world 4. I'm not saying I want this kind of thing exactly, but it definitely is something I kind of want to, like, lean into. So the active gameplay is something a lot like Spiral Knights. While on the other side, when you leave your game overnight, you're getting idle gains for things, like all your different skills. So, let's do a quick rundown of some of the skills, because the skills start off basic and get more advanced. So, you have mining, and you have chopping, and you have, like, crafting for World 1. I kind of want, I want crafting, because, you need to craft your weapons and upgrade them to get better and better. I wouldn't mind having something similar to crafting, however, I have, like, differences I could add to it, because I want it to be more like, you have mining and you have crafting. True! Mining and chopping are... So you set your character on a harvesting node, and then you just leave them there. You can actively pick up the items that they drop over time. You could play a small minigame. I haven't played the minigame in forever. You play a small minigame that, like, kind of gets you gains based on your minigame score, but, like, you usually don't play the minigames, TBH, at like, end game point. which is so sad, because I'll show you some of the endgame skills in a minute. But you know, you pretty much set your character on a node, and then you leave the game idle. As in, you entirely can turn the game off, and when you come back, based on your, like, efficiency for things, they'll have gotten a specific, like, number of that node, and obviously you want number to continue to go up. Bigger number is better. So how does this help you? Most skills end up tying back to the main gameplay by boosting your stats, so nothing ends up entirely useless. So, obviously, mining and chopping gets you resources for crafting things, while something like, you know, and crafting itself helps you get better weapons, gets you better armor. Some of the later skills, oh, that's a 4 gap. Haha, that's a 4 gap. I do have full inventory. Yeah, because I'm getting a lot of copper. Like, just for, like, yeah, I'm getting a lot of copper. This is the first mining node in the game, and I'm at endgame. But things are, you know, things scale. It's an idle game. And, you know, I would kind of want a little similar. But then you take your copper, you're like, wow, I have so much copper, and I have monster drops because monsters have drops. The first monster drop in this game drops these green mushrooms, and you'd be like, wow, now I'm going to craft things with those. Wow. Green mushrooms crafts a cap. A pickaxe is copper, but also your first couple of weapons get upgraded. Or rather, the armor. The armor gets upgraded with copper bars, which you get at smelting, which is part of crafting, kind of. And like, oh look, oak logs, that's your first chopping node. Trusting nails is related to crafting, but bean slices are, you know, that's a monster drop. So something like similar to that. And so it's really simple, you know. You mine stuff, you chop stuff, and those get you resources to craft stuff. Later on, it does get more complicated as more, like, worlds are added and there becomes new ways to use your materials. Like, in World 3, you have refinery. Oh, suddenly, all of those green spores and all of those copper, you're now using some of that per hour to transform that into red salt. So, like, slowly as the game progresses, you become able to use your resources in more manners, right? So, even in World 3, some of those early resources are still required, because refinery is still pretty good. Some of the later skills end up getting really complex. I'll note sailing, because I want something similar to sailing at the beginning. So sailing, you come over here, you're AFK in sailing, has your boats go back and forth to whatever island you select. There's a minimum sailing time, and if your boats have enough speed, they will sail at that minimum speed. And then, you collect your chests. And chests have chests drop that specific island's, like, resource, which you could use for other things. And also they have artifacts for you to find, and the artifacts, like, can get upgraded a ton. So, like, each island has its own set number of, artifacts for you to find, and then you go sail at that island so you can get some of the resources it drops. The resources help with things like, oh look, that's going to upgrade the speed of this boat, kind of deal, you know? 394. Interesting. I want... Later on I'll talk about how I kind of want something similar to that at the beginning, but how I intend to implement it. But essentially, yeah, you'll have all of these, like, idle skills to, like, have your characters leave when you're not playing the game. Or maybe even active sometimes. I don't know. But these, because sometimes you do active these skills when you're away doing whatever. So the main gameplay, instead of being MapleStory, is more like Spiral Knights, but it's gonna be very similar in vein to Eidolon. Eidolon ends up having a lot of different mechanics because each world introduces its own set of skills. And I like that. I really do like that. I really want kind of something that mixes the two together. I don't know how I'm fully gonna do it, but that is essentially the main idea. So now Eidolon has this screen that essentially tells you all of your different skill information. You can click on it and, like, see all, like, extra skill information. But in Eidolon, you have 10 different characters, pretty much. And the 10 different characters can all do separate different idling things, and they have different levels for most of the skills. Some of the skills have a shared level. Research here, it says research level is shared. But mining, well, Yannick is a really good miner. Right, so this information is cool and all, and then you have player information. We're probably going to have something similar to player information with player stats, but I would like to divert your attention to a different game when it comes to the skill layout, because I have had some different ideas. Let me get that game up and running. Oh, cool, I already had that open. That's awesome. An announcement from Rotom Labs? What the? The data miner have learn sets and stats for Pokemon. Ooh.
Wait, what?
Data miners have touched champions.
That was fast.
Huh, that's nifty. They're announcing some kind of new search feature. So, okay, so I'm laying out most of the game for you guys and how I expect it to kind of be. There's still more to talk about, though. So the thing with Eidolon is that each of your characters pick a main class. They can't really change the class, but then they all get access to all of the different skills. So, you know, then they level up all the different skills separately, but they have one main class, and they can't, like, touch that? This is kind of what I'm thinking. Once I get it running. I am opening it up. No more distractions! I've also streamed this game a ton, so you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I show it. But it's still important for me to show that all off on stream to kind of get my ideas together. And you have lo-fi music in the background to distract you. Ooh, that's loud. Let me turn that down. Yeah, so the whole gimmick of Eidolon is you have different characters, each can spec into its own class. Each of those classes interact with the skills differently. So warriors are better at mining, wizards are better at chopping, etc. This is a good system. I do like that. However, I have a different idea I kind of want to try. I'm probably going to set it to you have one character. Don't worry though, because I have ideas. But firstly, let me introduce you to what I think I kind of want my skills screen to look like. As soon as the game loads me in. I don't know how fully I'm going to implement this. Well, it'll be mostly implemented. I'll show you what I mean in a second. So, everyone's seen this game before. It's Final Fantasy XIV. Everyone's seen this game before. But you see, I don't know if you can see my in-game cursor. Wow. You see how you have different classes here? Each of the classes, yeah, you have played this game. Each of the classes have their own bar, and you can kind of like look through and see what level you are for everything. And then also, you can press this button up here, and these are essentially your skills now. This is your skills on your character. You know, translating to Eidolon, you know, mining would be mining, and botanist would be chopping, etc. You know, and you have your different, like, Eidolon skills. But essentially, you have two different tabs. So one tab would include fighting-related inquiries. The second tab would include skill-rated inquiries. This... because you're only gonna have one character. So, I say fighting-related because I'm not necessarily going to have classes. However, I am gonna have not only a main character, like, level going on, but also, there's different weapon types. Well, what if you start with a weapon type, and you unlocked stuff by using that weapon type enough? That's where this screen would come in. Instead of different classes, you would have different, like, weapon types. So, you know, Spiral Knights doesn't have any, like, healing weapons. There aren't really, like, classes in Spiral Knights. You kind of get two different weapons, and you guys are all just always doing DPS, and that's it. What if I had some kind of wand weapon that healed not only yourself, but if you were playing with other members, you could heal them as well? Of course!
Would it be its main move, or would it be like an ability it comes with?
It might be, you know, in Spiral Knights, it's really simple. Weapons have, like, one set... weapons have a single combo and a charge attack. It's... I guess I forgot to show that off. But, essentially, like, I can have something similar to that. Weapons only have a combo to charge, and maybe you, like, unlock, like, longer combos or something like that, based on your proficiency with the weapon. But the proficiency with the weapon might also boost its stats a little bit. I don't know if I want to do it based on weapons, or if I want to do it based on weapon archetypes. Because, if it's like Eidolon, or similar to Eidolon, we'll have different stats. There will be a strength stat, a wisdom stat. So now, instead of saying, oh, stabs that heal are what you get proficiency with, what if it becomes wisdom weapons are what you get proficiency with? That is probably how I'm going to handle it. Not sure yet. Because it would be interesting to, like, slowly unlock more combo if you use a weapon a lot. I don't know. But essentially, you'll have one tab is your fighting focus tab, and then you'll just be able to swap over and be like, okay, let me see my skilling tab. Now, what if there was also a third tab? This is where I introduce you to the concept of races. This might not make it into the game for a minute. That, you know, I need to get the base game in. You know, there's a lot to work on, but this is an idea I've had that I kind of want to lean the game into. So probably before you even have unlocked the second planet, I would like to introduce the concept of races. So in Final Fantasy XIV, each job actually has a soul stone that essentially embodies the characteristics of said class and allows you to unlock those said class's abilities. So you see, this is the White Mage Crystal. If I swap over to any of my other classes, you'll see the crystal changes. That is not the class, but this is my gear set button. You'll see if I swap to Black Mage, suddenly I have the Black Mage Crystal here. Soul of the Black Mage. These are soul stones, which are essentially like the fundamental how your character in this game gets different abilities. Well, what if in Galaxy Harvesters, we had similar stones, except the stones embody the races of the said different planets. So if you had a Wolveric stone, soul stone, then you would pretty much become a Wolveric. Now, what is the difference? What is the difference between just becoming a Wolveric? Well, imagine it like this. Let's swap back to Aspirate. So I can, like, write this down. Or, not, like, write it down, but, like, give you, like, a more visual indicator. You have a person. Wow. Honestly, I don't know how, like, detailed I'm gonna make the people yet. They might look like Eidolon people, but for now, you could be a stick person. And then Wolveric can be a stick person with ears and tail. Yippee! Yippee! Yay! I am the best dropper. I am the best drawer. Thank you for that. Do we get to make our own OC Wolveric? Or do we get one assigned to us at Stone Use?
You're assigned to Wolveric at birth, I'm just kidding.
So... I would like customizability of it, but I don't imagine there's gonna be too much customizability. I think, if you look at Spiral Knights, most of the Spiral Knights cosmetics come from your armor, because you're pretty much wearing armor. The only cosmetics that you can directly change that aren't your armor are essentially your eye shape and color, and your height. Changing your eye shape and color also changes the color of some, like, they call them prismatic. Pretty much copies the color of your eye, pretty much. So, like, I don't... depending on how detailed I make the people, I don't know. But I would like to have most of the cosmetics be like, oh, you're wearing a crown. Wow, you can see the crown because you're wearing it. That's cool. But also, if you were a Wolveric, suddenly the crown would look different. It's like, wow, you are wearing the Wolveric crown now. Wowie zowie. kind of idea. So, like, most of the cosmetics are mostly going to be probably in the armor, rather than the sprite itself. But perhaps, you know, maybe I'll let you change fur color or something as a cosmetic something later down the line. I don't know. But now, what do the advantages? Let me get rid of the crowns. That's distracting. What are the advantages between playing as a person or playing as a Wolveric? Well, now we go into different, like, stats. So what if you have, like, a... This is, like, say your physical attack stat or something. It's probably gonna be, like, strength, wisdom, etc., etc. You know, whiz or whatever. And all of these are kind of, like, halfway across the board as a person. You know, you kinda even it out. You kinda have halfway across the board. But now, what if as a Wolveric, your physical attack is very high? Color that in. But the wisdom stat is lower, you know? Because they are dogs and they're going to hit you with their big puppy bappers. So, this also will include things like movement speed. What if Wolverics just naturally move faster than people? That makes sense. They just naturally have more movement speed. Max that shit out. But, what if each class, or each... Because dog is dumb. It's not that dog is dumb, it's that you are dumb as dog. All of the other dogs will make you feel dumber than them, because you're not originally a dog. You know? Because the Wolverics are smart, but you're just a regular person. So even if they're smarter than you, they're gonna make you feel dumb. Darn. So now what if each different... We need to make an original dog. What if each... like, race lets you do, like, something different. I don't know what the person race will do. I don't know. Maybe it'll be like a... You get, like, a free insta-revive if you die or something. But then, like, Wolverics will actually have Beast Mode. Beast Mode. Where, when you swap to Beast Mode, you know, they'll have a little sword. Like, everyone has a little sword? Wow. But when you enter Beast Mode, they actually go on all fours, and they now are holding their weapon via their mouth. And suddenly, the attack combo of the weapon you were just wielding works differently, because you're now holding it with your mouth. Whoa, little sword. So now, what if you unlock a different weapon combo because you're playing as dog, but also when you're on all fours, your movement meter just goes off the roof. You have insane movement now because you're fast on all fours. And I'll hold a gun in your mouth. Sure, you can hold a gun in your mouth. This is Pokemon Gun. You know, this isn't gonna happen on release. You know, I still have to, like, tweak this and see how much is actually doable for me as someone programming the game and stuff, because I don't know what I'm doing. But this is essentially the idea. You'll have these soul stones that let you swap essentially races, so now you'll have a third tab, and you'll have different proficiencies with different races. The proficiencies, you know, it essentially works like your main character level ups. So, like, as a human, you'll have, like, level, you know, like 50, but you'll be like, you gotta level up over to like level 50 to catch up. And like you'll get bonuses for upping, like you'll get bonuses that affect everything for upping all of the separate things individually, kind of deal. Right, so say like every 25 levels of this or something actually increases attack stat of everything across the board. Because they're mainly, like, physical attackers, or, like, every 25 levels of human increases, like, max HP or something. I don't know. You know, just something in general. So you'll want to still, like, level everything up. And like, but, like, the different proficiencies will let you play the game differently, pretty much. Obviously, these soul crystals are going to be introduced later. That's a lot of extra development to take first. Okay. That's fine. So essentially, races are going to come later. I want to get just the base game running first. But, you know, you'll be a human at the beginning, and then eventually, as you garner relationship and progress the story, which each different planet's inhabitants, they'll give you their soul crystal. Their soul crystal, and you'll essentially be able to become them. Now, back to the thing I was talking about earlier.
Hungry!
Have more as well.
Have more
Wow.
as well.
Yippee! Ow, yum, 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 yum. It's not per se.
Oh my gosh.
It's not per se that you'll be able to become a hybrid of both. I probably will not be doing that. But in the story, there is going to be hybrid species that are essentially, like, integral to the plot. I don't want to reveal too much. But when suddenly a slime Wolverine shows up, this kind of, like, throws the imbalance of the races all fighting each other in this kind of planetary war into disarray. So I don't want to reveal too much, but there are going to be hybrid species of as like characters as part of the story. Also, my Wolverine here might be a character. This is me, by the way. That's me. Me in the bottom left there, over there, that Umbreon. If I'm no longer allowed to use Pokemon, this is going to be me. I'm going to swap to this, by the way.
I'll probably be like a phone or something.
In fact,
Phone call.
but also imagine this, but they're a Cerberus and they have 3 heads. Yay! They have 3 heads. But yeah, they're going in the game. You might be able to change your fur color and stuff. I don't know yet, but yeah, essentially there will be some kind of like race system in the game. Not initially. So instead, you'll have your skill tab. You'll have your skill tab, and you'll have your attack tab. Whatever I make the attack tab based off of. It'll either be weapon styles entirely, or it'll be like overall weapons, like, oh, swords in general, this is your swords in general stat kind of thing. And this is your, like, healing wands in general kind of thing. Don't know yet, but in Spiral Knights there are swords that do different sword swinging styles, so that could still fall into line with that. That's essentially getting most of the ideas I had, well, most in quotations. I've had a lot more ideas for further along into the game, like skill-wise and like how things could affect things, but that comes later. I need the game to actually be, you know, a playable thing first. So that's why I'm kind of conveying the initial idea of the game and showing my sources for where I am taking inspiration from. Pretty much, it is a Spiral Knights that is pixelated, takes a lot of idle aspects of Eidolon, and might have Final Fantasy XIV mechanic bosses. I don't know. Oh yeah, the pets. So Spiral Knights has pets, but so this is kind of what I was thinking. I think you would still get pets, but pets would work a little differently. Yes, you could choose to take pets into the wild, and they essentially give you access to, like, new abilities. You know, in Spiral Knights you get, like, 3 extra abilities based on the level of your pet. That's fine. But also, what if you left your pets idling skills for you? Like Eidolon. Eidolon has 10 different characters. Do I have Eidolon open still? Eidolon has 10 different characters you can choose from, and having them idle separately. Oh, that's my med. I'll take meds in a second. Eidolon has 10 different characters that you could set to 10, like, different things. And, you know, they all have their own, like, different main class. Well, for Spiral Knights, I kind of want you to just focus on one character and be able to swap between classes whatever you feel like. And maybe even upgrading all the separate classes helps you get bonuses overall or something, right? It'll probably be like there will be a max level for certain things, and the max level will increase as new worlds come out, but you'll, like, hit the max level for, like, all your different, like, weapon types or something, but then, like, the race level will continue to go up regardless, so you'll still work on that, because that'll be, like, your main level, pretty much. And you'll have a set of stats, pretty much. Say swords only go up to level 10, but, like, maybe they go up to level 20 in the second world or something. So, what if the pets that you get will have their own separate levels for skills? And like the mining, you know, let's go back to the mining. Like the mining, you drop your character here and you leave them here, you can still do that to level up your own mining overnight, because then it's like, oh, you're playing the game actively, and then when you're ready to idle, you set them at an idle node or something, or you set them doing something. I have ideas for those somethings, but, you know, let's just say that in general. Well, your pets will also be able to be set at mining nodes and have their own mining level. Well, that lets you have another extra thing mining for you, while, say, you're either playing the game actively, or maybe you're focusing on a different skill overnight, and having one pet mining, and your main character doing whatever. But also, when you bring your pet with you, they'll have their own sets of combat stats too. Maybe, you know, you won't be equipping weapons to them, but maybe determining on what kind of creature you're using, maybe. I'm thinking you'll be able to swap your creature out and it'll carry over the stats or something, so you could choose what kind of creature best suits, like, your playstyle. Maybe you want an offensive-focused creature while you're running, like, healing or something. I don't know, but, if you bring them with you into battle, then they are no longer idling at an idle spot. There will be multiple creatures, but you probably will only be able to bring one into battle. Think of them like Chow, I guess. You'll be able to bring one into battle, but if it's in battle, it's not doing something else. But it is helping you in battle. And you'll have other Chow pretty much working on idle nodes, pretty much. And when you're done for the day, you could set your main, like, Chow to either idle with you and boost your gains on a specific idle node, or idle somewhere separately while you focus on a different idle node type deal. So it still gives the illusion of, like, having, like, 10 different characters, but it's more so you're focusing everything into one character, and you have creatures that are helping you in the other aspects. That's essentially my main... Those are pretty much most of my main ideas for the game. If we think about development, because we haven't started developing yet, most of the main development is going to start with getting the game running. Like, how Eidolon is MapleStory when playing actively? I need to make my game play like Spiral Knights. So we have this in, like, a layered... Like, everything is layered in, like, terms of the order I'm doing this. Can I just, like, select everything and delete it? That's not the select tool. Which one is the draw tool? Is it that? Okay. So essentially, this is kind of how I see development going forward. I establish the main game. That's not an M. I can make that an M. Okay, sure. I establish the main game. That is step one. So the main game is gonna be your, your actual, like, character in there, able to swing their sword around and fight enemies. We'll put, like, a basic enemy in there, like a bat or something. Establish the main game first. This is probably the first step of development. Make sure the actual active aspect of the game works. The second aspect of the game will then probably either be one of two things.
Bark puppy, bark.
Arf. Arf. The second aspect of the game is either going to be one of two things. I am not sure yet, but it is either going to be networking, getting the game so that you can actually run with a group of friends. And this is also a very important first step, because this will mean that any stats you have as an individual player will be tied to an account that you create, probably tied to, like, a Google account or something, and also sent to the server, or the server. This is the server. This is important, because if most of your stats are held in the server, and your client just accesses the stats, it means that people can't cheat, unless they break into the server they can't cheat their characters. So it's important to establish the networking early on, to establish a server side and a client side. This is second. So networking is important, but okay. Did I not just select the eraser? Let me erase that. What? What is this? What? What? Come on, Asprey. Stop being stupid. Oh, my eraser was just too tiny. I see. So networking is very important. But networking also costs money. Wow, I don't have money. Because I'll probably need to establish and outsource a server. But this will essentially mean that the game can be played with multiple people from the get-go. And also, you know, like I just said, establishing that all of the stats are held on the server, not the client side. Which is good, because that means most things that I set up in the future are gonna be server side. You know, like, it'll establish the foundation. It'll establish the foundation of how I build the rest of the game. So once the actual combat of the game, that essentially is pretty much client-side anyways, gets in the game first, then I establish the foundation of everything else. So we either start with this, or we start with this other thing. And that's gonna be your idle aspects to the game, and how they affect the main game. Now, so here he is, and he has his pickaxe. Wow. He's mining away at the ore. I don't know. I'm drawing with my mouse. God forbid. Boom. So our second step, after establishing the first step of the actual active gameplay, is either to start the idle gameplay, which ends up affecting the actual gameplay stat-wise, or we do the networking, where the networking is going to hold all of the stats for the idle stuff and the active stuff, and your client is pretty much just going to call upon it. So either of these two are good second steps. For skilling, I have, like, a couple main skills in mind. I'm kind of thinking crafting, because I want you to craft weapons, like in Starlights. Pretend this is like an anvil or something. I don't know. Cruising, which is essentially going to... I'll explain cruising more when we get to that, but it's essentially going to help you find other planets when they're added into the game, but it is also going to help you drop to specific parts of your current planet, so you can, like, jump ahead to specific, like, maps or something, while also letting you find stray meteors, and those strange meteors might have, like, mini, like, events or arenas or something. I don't know. And then the third is actually going to be harvesting. To pretend this is a scythe. Harvesting is essentially going to be similar to, like, chopping. We're actually going to save the mining aspect for a different planet. But if I start with these three main skills, then suddenly you have an alternative way to get resources. You have a way to use those resources to boost your account, and also a way to access more resources. I know access more resources and an alternative way to get more resources sound very similar. Will the mining planet have cobalt? It's more like there's gonna be a cobalt planet that will have mining. If that makes sense. But it also makes sense that if you start on a heavily wooded planet with a bunch of trees, that you're gonna be using harvesting to collect those trees or whatever else you find, nearby. And it makes sense for the start of the game if most of the resources that come out of this are, say, like, wooden swords and stuff. That you'll eventually, like, add, like, ore to later to make, like, a copper sword or something. But it starts out as, like, wood, Starts out as hard wood, It makes sense for the start of the game. That's why I started the game in the Wolverk world. But also, I want to use Wolverks. I made them so long ago as an original species, I'm ready to use them. But this is essentially the next step to this. The next step to networking is definitely they are an open species. This is true. Also, I don't like the idea of closed species. Like, I've never really liked the idea of closed species. So, like, it is open, but, like, no one really cares about, like, the shit I create. So, despite the fact that I'm like, guys, you should make Wolverk OCs, that never happens. But I have my own Wolverk. Imagine this but three-headed. I actually need to get them redrawn a little bit. Their design hasn't changed much, but there might be a second Wolverk that I might use as my main design. Otherwise, I'm using this one. Anyway, the second step to networking is probably establishing multiplayer. He has his sword. Let him have his sword. And he has a boomerang. Wow. I can draw a better boomerang. Wow. So, this is different from this step. Because this is, you can not only see other players, even though you can't interact with them, but it's mainly for the server aspect of it. Getting everything on a server. And letting people interact together. This part is different because suddenly this is letting you fight together. Which changes things like how enemies get boosted. Enemies will get boosted stats and stuff like that. And might change their behavior too. So I would have to go in and rewrite the behavior to see if, like, who they lock onto and stuff. But it essentially is an evolution of, hey, you could play the game solo, or you can play the game with, up to 4 people like Spiral Knights. So that is the evolution of the networking part. So this would be, like, our third step. And I say third step because if I finish getting this step done, like, say I choose to do networking before I do idling, then I'm probably going to then do idling next before I move on to, layer 3, I'm not gonna hit layer 3 until I finish both of these things first, kind of deal. Probably. So this is layer 3, You have your separate skills, and, like, the expansion of the skills after I get skilling in the game to begin with. And skilling in the game will also come with little, like, pets and stuff that let you do little things. You'll start with, like, 1 pet. You'll unlock more later, pretty much. So this is kind of like the third step of development. At this point, once this third step is done, I would say we hit the fourth step. Fourth step, pretty simple. Bugs and testing. If gameplay fun and I can play game with friend, testing, good. If game have bug, we fix bug. I mean, obviously, there's gonna be bug fixing throughout each of these steps. You know, that's just how game development works. But like, this is the point where it's like, oh, now that the game has established itself fully, you know, we have our active, we have our idle, and we have our multiplayer. Now we start testing those together. This is the step where I probably give a version of the game, and we try testing, playing together, and see if we find any bugs that are goofy as fuck. And then once the fourth step is complete, that's when we go to public release, you know? We'll go to public release, but like I said, that won't be the end of it. Because then, you know, once we hit public release, then we go to updates. You know, like I said, we want to add soulstones. Maybe I'll add a fourth skill to the first world after release. I don't know. I will probably add more enemy types or procedurally generated whatever. Enemy types will be important because there will be enemy drops. And some of those enemy drops are going to be required for the idle aspect. Like cruising. At the beginning of the game, you know, there's going to be like tutorials, and so the game is going to show you the tutorials for fighting first. You know, we're not actually going to, it's not going to throw everything at you at once. It's going to be like, hey, here's fighting, here's how it works. Then once you're done fighting, it's gonna reel it back and be like, good, now that you've collected some monster materials, we're now going to use those materials to fix up the ship just a little bit. The ship won't be able to get us out of here, but maybe the ship will help us. And that's when it starts to introduce, hey, here are skills, and those are how that works. Pretty much. Whew. I think that's most of my explaining done, actually. Like, this is kind of our rudimentary, like, development cycle, kind of. This is our rudimentary development plan. Our roadmap, if you will. I've expressed all of the main ideas. You know, I've expanded upon each of these main ideas already. Now that I've expressed all of that, the main thing is getting started on it actually now. Which I don't actually know how to do. I actually don't know where to begin with this.
Yeah.
So I downloaded Godot. And also in Godot, I've downloaded, like, I don't know if it's working, but it's been a really long time since I've done coding. So I've added, like, block coding, essentially. Just to start out with. I'll probably switch to regular coding later, but it's been a while. Trying to get that add-on to, like, show up.
kobolds.
What was that?
I was reading what Kev said. Will the mining planet have kobolds? Anyway, I am back.
Where did all of my Godot stuff go? Did I open it up here? I think so. Project settings, plugin. This is the part I'm worried about. This is the part where I don't know what I'm doing. Ah! Wow. The music is just lo-fi, whatever. It's supposed to not be copyrighted. Honestly, I don't even know. I didn't even think about music for my game. I have no idea how I'm gonna do that. But let's get the game going in the first place.
Yeah, music will be something to figure out later.
Yeah, I want the game to feel good first. I just need, I need to make the actual game part. And, I realize I don't know where to begin with that. Really, I don't.
I mean, you're starting somewhere. That counts.
I don't even know if Godot is, like, the right engine I should be using, but,
I wish I knew what I was doing. I really did. This is the part where I'm supposed to be looking at tutorials and stuff, I guess. Like, I actually don't know where to begin. Cool. I've now explained the idea, and now... Heck. Okay, I am trying to figure out what I'm doing. Oh boy. Ah.
I'm sorry, I am confused. I'm trying to figure out where to start, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Heck. Ah. Honestly didn't think I'd get this far, and I am just boggled.
I mean, it's good that you've made it this far, though. Because now you can go even further beyond. Yes?
I don't know what to say.
I thought you said,
Um,
hmm. Hmm.
awesome. Okay, so this is Godot. This is Godot. I've never really used game engines before, so this is kind of... I kind of have some tutorials open in the background, and I'm kind of just... You know, let's get something on paper first and figure out how the game engine works, kind of deal. Time for the tutorial, making tutorial. That's true, that's true. I'm trying to figure it out. Hmm. 'Cause, 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 You could also create console games with it, although you either need strong programming skills or a developer to port the game for you.
Tutorial. Oh my gosh.
We officially support importing 3D scenes designed in Blender, and maintain plugins to code in VS Script and Emacs.
Interesting.
Oh, we also support Visual Studio for C+ on Windows, or C# on Windows. Yay! You can code your games using GD Script, a Godot-specific and tightly integrated language with a lightweight syntax, or C#, which is popular in the games industry. These are the two main scripting languages we support. With the GD extension technology, you can also write gameplay or high-performance algorithms in C++ or other languages without recompiling the engine. You can use this technology to integrate third-party libraries and other software development kits in the engine. Software development kits, oh boy. You need good programming foundations. I have those, I'm just rusty at programming. You will benefit a lot from knowing how to think like a programmer first. I see. Being comfortable with concepts such as classes and objects will help you code efficiently in it. There is a tutorial for that. I'll open that up just in case I have to take a peek at it later. Huh. Sorry, this is gonna kinda be how... these streams kinda go. So these streams are also acting as motivation for me to actually sit down and figure out how to do it. So... apologies
It'll
if
pick
it's
up,
kind of, yeah, once I figure shit out... I kinda need... so, like... I'm really good at, like... following a step-by-step instruction to do something, and learning what each step does along the way, and then kind of turning that into my own thing. But I need that initial step-by-step kind of like... It's like Final Fantasy XIV. I'm really good at learning mechanics, and then as I learn how to solve the mechanic, I learn, like, how the mechanic works, and, like, you know, what you're supposed to do for it, and then I'm like, okay, now I know how to adjust if anything happens, kind of deal. I'm really good at that type of thing. But I can't just be thrown into something and expected to, like, learn without some guidance. So I'm trying to look up the guidance right now. I'm on the official Godot docs, and I'm kind of reading through it right now. In Godot, you break down your game in reusable scenes. The scenes can be a character, a weapon, a menu in the user interface, a single house, an entire level, or anything you can think of. Godot scenes are flexible. They fill the role of both prefabs and scenes in some other game engines. I see. You can also nest scenes. For example, you could put your character in a level and drag and drop a scene as a child to it. I see. A scene is composed of one or more nodes. Nodes are your game's smallest building blocks that you arrange into trees. Here's an example of a character's node. Collision, sprite, camera, fair. Camera 2D, a sprite 2D, and a collision shape 2D. The node names end with 2D because this is a 2D scene. The 3D counterparts have names that end with 3D. Be aware that spatial nodes are now called Node 3D, starting with Godot 4. I see. Node scenes, the scene tree, and signals are 4 core concepts in Godot that you will manipulate all the time. Nodes are your game's smartest building blocks. You combine them to create scenes that you then combine to nest into the scene tree. You can use signals to make nodes react to events in other nodes or different scene tree branches. I don't know if I just kind of like want to figure this out and just kind of like stream what I'm doing, or if I should be like guiding chat along as well if chat's never done this and is interested. I have no idea. no idea if chat's even interested in game development.
It's okay. They're interested in games, so
True. I really, like, I want this game. Like, I don't know how I'm going to get to this game existing, but I really want it. Because I want to have something that I created that I can enjoy with other people. Especially, like, my close friends. I could be like, hey, hop on the game I made. Let's play. Along the window, top edge, these remain menu. On the left, workspace, switching buttons in the center. Active workspace is hidden, and playtest buttons. Movie Maker Mode toggle on the right. Movie Maker Mode. Cool.
you're cool. Also true, Skyline. It's not if they're interested, it's if you're interested. He's just right.
I mean, I already know I'm interested. It's more so, if you guys are interested, I can also walk you along the steps that I'm finding out. Otherwise, you guys are just watching me fumble about. When the button on the right, distraction-free node can be toggled, which maximizes or restores the viewport's size by hiding docks in the interface. Button. Wow. Wow. The 3D workspace is active! Yippee! Toolbar changes based on the context and select a node. Here is the 2D toolbar. Below it's the 3D one. Yeah, so I have a block code-like thing to help out just in case I need that. Tell us the interesting steps, okay? Also, have a good nap, Anthon. Yeah, this is where stream slows down, and it's kind of,
You must go nap. Okay. Take care, Anthon.
It's kind of mostly motivation for me to do it now, by being on stream and doing it. Which is good motivation, because I do get shit done on stream if I'm focused on it. Most of the time. The inspector allows you to edit the properties of a selected node. Is the inspector. Wait, I don't see the inspector. Oh, it's over here. I see. Oh, can I, like, close it? I can close it! That's how you close it! Wow! Under to the top of the editor, 2D, 3D script game, and asset library. You'll use the 2D screen for all types of games. In addition to 2D games, the 2D screen is where you'll build your interfaces. In the 3D screen, you can work with meshes, lights, and design level for 3D games. I see. So I could still do 2D scenes in the 3D game. The game screen is where your project will appear when running it from the editor. You can go through your project to test it and pause it and adjust it in real time. Note that this is for testing how adjustments would work. Any changes made here are not saved when the game stops running. The script screen is a complete code editor with a debugger, rich auto-completion, and built-in code reference. Finally, the asset library is a library of free and open source add-on scripts and assets to use in your project. Cool. Huh. Thank you, Cap.
Pep is powerful.
Share a video of your running game can also be really helpful, useful in troubleshooting your game. You can use programs like OBS Studio and Screen to Give to capture your screen. Wow! I kinda like this, I think. A Godot scene could be a weapon, a character, an item, a door, a level, part of a level, anything you'd like. It works like a class in pure code, except you're free to design it using the editor, using only the code, or mixing and matching the two. You may create a magician that extends your character, modify the character in the editor, and the magician will update as well. It helps you build your project so that the structure matches the game design. Oh yeah, wait, that's cool. You create a character, and then you can create something to put on top of the character. But if you change the base character, then it also changes the base character on the updated thing too. Also note that Godot offers many different types of objects called nodes, each with a specific purpose. Nodes are part of a tree and always inherit from their parents up to the node class. Although the engine does not feature some nodes like collision shapes that a parent physics body will use, most nodes work independently from one another. In other words, Godot nodes do not work like components in some other game engines. That sounds useful, that sounds like useful for streaming too? Wait, in regards to what?
OBS, probably.
Oh. Oh, probably. I might have missed that. Without recompiling the game. That's cool. Note that the 3D workspace doesn't feature as many tools as the 2D workspace. You'll need external programs or add-ons to edit terrains, animate complex characters, and so on. Godot provides a complete API to extend the editor's functionality using game code. See, the Godot editor is a Godot... The Godot editor is a Godot game below. Okay. Offers a full open source codebase using the MIT license. This means that the codebase is free for anyone to download, use, modify, or share as long as its license file is kept intact. All technologies that ship with Godot include third-party libraries, must be legally compatible with the open source license. Therefore, most parts of Godot are developed from the ground up by community contributors. Anyone can plug in proprietary tools for the needs of their own projects. They just won't ship with the engine. This may include Google AD Mod or Fmod. Any of these can come as third-party plugins instead. An open codebase means you can learn from and extend the engine to your heart's content. You can also debug games easy, as Godot will print errors with a stack trace, even if they come from the engine itself. Godot editor runs on the game engine. It uses the engine's own UI system. It can hot reload code in scenes when you test your projects, or run game code in the editor. This means you can use the same code and scenes for your games, or build plugins and extend the editor. I see. Offers dedicated 2D and 3D rendering engines. As a result, the base unit for 2D scenes is pixels. Even though the engines are separate, you can render 2D in 3D, 3D in 2D, and overlay 2D sprites and interfaces over your 3D world. Perfect. That's what I need. That's what I need. Have the necessary foundations to explore some more features in other sections. We also included links, pages, and covered. Okay. I guess I'll just start with like 2D or something, whatever, and kind of like see how things work in general. All notes have the following characteristics. A name, editable properties, they receive callbacks to updates every frame. You can extend them with new properties and functions. You can add them to another node as a child.
A new Skylon just subscribed for 24 months.
24 months? That's 2 years!
That's a lot of years. Oh
That's
my goodness.
a lot of years! Have we been streaming that long? God
It's been
damn.
2 years, yeah. Yeah, it's been 2 years. It's crazy.
I remember
That
when
is actually
other PK used to stream.
Other PK. So true.
Like, way back, we're on the same channel.
It's so true though.
Though honestly, we've since doubled our viewership. So this PK is doing a lot better.
It's because she's awesome. I mean, both PKs are awesome, but this PK's awesome because we're like doing the duo thing. We're a dynamic duo. The duo. We're playing duos. Yippee.
To yippee or not to yippee?
That is life's greatest question.
Yippee is on the move. Can I change, like, the font? Does it just cycle through? not seeing a font thing. Interesting. I can run my scene? This button? No, not that one. This one.
What? Save scene.
No, I will not save scene. Humph.
I need to move the yippee to the middle. Yippee! Wow, guys, I have created text as a scene and have ran the scene. I am so in the game making business.
That's incredible. Figured it out. Hi, Sig. Welcome in. Howdy doobie doobie doo. Nice to have you with us. Usually on Fridays, I'm a little less talkative just because I'm distracted with something else on Fridays, but you know, I try to still pop in and make sure I can see chat and mess with this funny Bree. Speaking of which, this is PK over here on the left. She's like super awesome. This is her channel, but we're a co-host team.
I
We
don't see
like to do
anyone
all
to my
sorts of fun
left.
stuff. I'm on your left.
There you are. Sorry, we're north.
I freaking swear, PK. Anyway, you already know me, but yeah, PK's awesome. She's super sweet. She's a silly little puppy. You should give her lots and lots of tummy rubs and treats. Yeah, we like to do lots of fun stuff, hang around, play games. Today, she's doing some learning game dev stuff because of a game that she really wants to create, and I support her all the way and will do everything I can to help with this endeavor.
I don't know how to do to make the game.
Yeah, I know that. That's what these streams are about. Learning.
It'd be really cool if someone could help.
Well, let's get started, you know. Give us some trying first. You already figured out how to make a scene. That's progress. Yeah. On Fridays, my attention is split though, so I'm a little quieter. But on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, you have a lot more of me. And a lot more PK. Actually, there's always a lot of PK. She's fat.
Not fat enough.
She's the screen-wide projectile.
Me turning on my rings is just a flashbang.
Just like the ringing sound. So today, what is happening is I am doing a tabletop thing, but you already knew this. What PK is doing is learning how to use Godot to do game making stuff for a game that, if you want to talk about it again, totally don't mind. Basically, though, she's trying to create a game, so she's learning how to use Godot, figuring out coding stuff. She already knows how to code, but she's so rusty, so she's kind of like learning it again. Yeah.
I'm more so learning how the thing works in general right now.
Yeah. And she is epic. Truly epic. Both of us. I don't know. I'm kind of small. She's kind of large. Usually large things are the epic things. That's usually how that works, right? I think so.
I have no idea what we're talking about.
You being epic.
I'm not epic. Epic Umbreon is epic.
I thought you were gonna say guitar again. Honestly.
I
Got me
should've.
That would have been so funny. Hmm.
Sorry guys, I'm reading a ton of tutorials. I don't know what to say. I'm doing a lot of reading. VBScript is an object-oriented and imperative programming language built for Godot. It's made by and for game developers to save you time coding games. No, wait, did my music end? Are we out of music?
Man,
We are out of music. Wow. Here, this one is 12 hours. Let's use this one, it won't run out. I'm not gonna stream that long.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Smells good.
it's probably the cookies you have in your tail. That is very funny.
Wow. Big three.
My Yippee is spinning. I don't know if you can see that. Hold on.
Let me see.
Bark puppy, bark.
Ruff, ruff. Hold on. How do I show you my Yippee?
I mean, I'm looking at the stream now, so if we do it, I'll see it like 3 to 5 seconds later.
Yeah, I don't know how to... Yeah, I need a game capture or something.
Dang. Yeah, speaking of game capture, look at my Discord stream for just a moment.
There it is! You can see it! Yippee!
That's awesome. Look at my Discord stream for just a moment. I want to show you something.
Okay, I'm looking. Whoa. Whoa. Bro. There she goes. Yeah, some of them do that. They're a little broken. But did you
so
see that
silly.
Lotad though?
I did.
Lotad! Yeah, some of the mounts are broken. Anyway,
kinda funny.
yippee! Look at my yippee spin!
I know, it's so
Hooray!
good.
Hold on, if I like run the scene again, will OBS auto capture the window? No. Oh wait, yes! Yippee! Yippee when I'm yippee, 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 yippee. What if I set this to negative 400? Will it spin the other way? No. Okay, hold on. That means that. The angular speed needs to be set to negative 5. Yep, that was it. Yippee! Wait, does that mean I can make it go, like, very fast? No, that didn't change the speed at all. What? Do I even need this variable? It's not even being called upon, I don't think. Yeah, it's not even being called upon right now.
Hang on, 1 second.
But I thought. I finally found you, Baker! Yippee! Yeah, no kidding. I don't know why you did that. Ah, here we go. You set the velocity, the rotation times speed, and we set the position plus equal velocity times delta. Yippee! Wow! Okay, but like, wait, can I like... how do I comment lines? Is it 3? No. I don't know how to comment lines, so I'm just gonna remove this for now. That should keep it from rotating, but make it speed. Hey! Speed 9,000! I broke it! I broke it! I broke it! Yes! 9,000 anyways. 9,000 years in the dungeon! It's broken. Is that too high a speed? Is that what's going on? That might be too high a speed. No, I just broke it. Hooray! I broke it! I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how it's broken. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know how it's broken. What did I do? Try again. That's awesome! What did I do? That is awesome. What did I do? Did I deattach the script? Is that what happened? I think I deattached the script. Hold on, wait. Attach this to this. And press play. Okay, we're back, okay. We're back. Do this. And now we try 9,000. Yes, over 9,000 years. Oh, wow! It's gone! Whoa! Okay, now we get rid of this. Which means this should just spin, I think. Oh, but it doesn't, like... It doesn't add the speed to that. For some reason, it's not adding the speed. It only adds the speed to the position, not the spin. That's it. We must increase the angular speed. I know what must be done now. Oh no, come on, Debug, catch the window. Come on, Debug, catch the window. Come on, OBS. Come on, OBS. Come on, OBS. Wahoo! This is me whenever you say cookie dough? Ah, okay. That is indeed the thing of all time. That's how you comment? You comment by adding a hashtag? Wow. Found out how to comment. No way. I can control the rotation. Yippee! Yippee! Yep, yep. 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 Yippee! Yippee! Yep. 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 Drop. Yep. Yop. Yep. Yop. Yep. Yop. Yoppee. I can't move forward though. Huh. And the function process delta, right? And the variable direction is 0. Then the one if statement, the second if statement. And in the center you have this rotation, and then at the end... Wait. Where did you... Oh, that's what happened. I removed position equals... I see. That's supposed to still, like, be over here. That makes sense. That would make sense. Now I control the means of the yippee! Yippee! Wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. I am the yippier. I control the means of yip production. It was me! I think this would have it move in a rotating circle. Very well. Process also. But action. I mean, it was already moving in a rotating circle. Blink, blink. It was already doing that.
Alright, for the disappearing act. I am a regular old Houdini.
It's okay. I'm just reading
Better be.
long-winded things.
It better be okay, or else.
engineers at Tesla also use Godot for the car's dashboards. Whoa.
Huh. Interesting.
Don't be afraid of being locked in. I'll be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think I end stream.
Yeah? Why is that?
Well, I'm not really showing much right now. Because I'm just doing a lot of reading. So, like, what if I did kind of, like, at least some of that reading off stream? And, I mean, I still don't know where to start or, like, what direction to head, but I'll just keep reading all this stuff. Kinda.
Hmm?
And it allows me to focus on some other things in the meantime till Tuesday. Well.
Yeah. I mean,
think I end stream.
I'd say
It's okay to end stream early.
I mean, Freddy is kind of bonus in the first place,
Yeah.
and you did make some progress already. You learned how to do a thing, and it looks like Skyline knows some stuff too, so he might be able to help sometimes.
was just kind of following the things step by step. I mean, the biggest thing is just knowing the notation, but like, so like, that's why you follow it step by step to like figure out the notation to perform actions. I already had the thing spinning in a circle. I am not sure why Ellen said that, because it was already spinning in a circle. However, the thing I'm gonna read off stream is solely the notation. So like, it'll kind of like warm me up a little bit and like let me see the notation that Godot's running on.
Yeah.
Because I understand this is going to be a lot of work, and I'm at the, like, very beginning. Like, even if I can, like, get something going, it's going to take a lot of time put into it to get it to how I want it to be.
I mean, definitely.
Like, we're starting today. Step 4, like I said, I broke it down into steps. Let me see if I can pull up the steps. I broke it down into steps for you guys. There's the first step, the second step, the third step, and the fourth step. With, like, 2 different paths per steps. The first step, I could see being done within, like, a couple months if I work on this off-stream and on-stream. The third step is, like, maybe a couple years out.
Fair, honestly. Yeah.
But I'd like to get the first step done to kind of show, like, to show off the game in general. And then maybe the second step, if I don't have the money to, like, do networking server stuff, then instead I work on the skill stuff. And the skill stuff plus the, like, active stuff will be, like, enough of a showcase to maybe garner some kind of support. I don't know. But even if I finish the first step in, say, a couple months, I don't think that includes the art. I'm not sure how to do the art. I'm hoping I can get away with just using sprites and then kind of learning sprite work a little bit. But even then, I'm not certain I'll like how it looks. So, the art aspect of the game is all up in the air. That's not even talking about, like, music or anything either. But it's a step-by-step process. That's why I made steps here. Each big step here is definitely, like, a ton of individual steps. And I think right now, since I don't have a lot to actually show on stream, I just need to hop off and, like, look at all of the stuff. And also, I'm thinking of taking a small break anyways and just doing something else. You know, I need to pace myself.
Yeah, don't burn yourself out.
Besides, I talked about most of the concepts I want for the game this stream anyways. Well, the base concepts at least. So we have a reference point stream to go back to. And so if anyone shows up in chat and wants to, like, help out a little bit, then they can kind of see what I'm going for. But not even sure if Godot is fully right for me, but I don't know. Well, we'll just have to see how this turns out.
Yeah,
I'd
that's
like
what
this
that was
to
the words I was looking
be.
for.
I'd like this to be something that, like, I don't give up on, but I know it's gonna require a lot out of me to get anywhere. So that does worry me in that aspect. But I don't know. Maybe something will happen. That's all I can hope for.
Either way, I mean, productive stream. Got the ideas out, explained the concept to chat, got a little bit of working in there, learned how to rotate the yippee!
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of just following tutorials. There's nothing. Last time I worked on a game was in Unity, so entirely different game engine, and the things we made weren't even fully completed, but
Yeah.
shoutouts to the Where Am I production.
Where am I? Who are you?
That's what the game
Who
was
am I?
called.
Curious.
It was me and Fritz. Me and Fritz, the goated team. Fritz was working on, like, the asset side, and I was kind of doing, like, most of the coding side. We didn't really have anyone else. Long time ago. Again, never, like, had anything huge happen with that, but I don't even think, I think it only had, like, a single, like, alpha build or something. It was a goofy-ass game. It was funny. But I'm kind of under the impression that, like, I know this is gonna take a lot of time and effort, but if I continue to put time and effort into it, that time and effort isn't going to, like, go to nowhere. Like, say I do release the game into some kind of state, but it's not the state that I want it to be in. Like, maybe that's a buggy mess, or maybe, I don't know, you know? I'm under the impression that if I just continue to put more time and effort into it, even after that point, then it'll just continue to get refined, it'd get better, and have more content. Because it's not like a... It's more of a live service kind of game. Like... Yeah, I mean, it's just more of a live service kind of thing. So it's like, there isn't a one and done release, and then you'll get a bug fix patch or something, and that's it. It's, I'm going to hopefully be constantly adding to it.
It's a passion project.
And the more I add to it, the better I'll get at adding things to it. Which is how I think Eidolon kind of, like, also built upon itself. Like, Eidolon starts really simple, and, like, the further, more things Lava adds, the more complicated they are. And it's definitely, like, Lava's grown as a game developer. And also, like, grown in spray artwork, too. Like, some of the new mobs look awesome.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of that in just having worked on Eidolon for, like, 4 years. Well, at least since its release. Probably worked on it before then. But he also did have previous game experience as well. But in a lot of ways, I respect that. I respect the hustle out of him. I think he did a great job, and I think he's continuing to do a great job. Of course, I wish I could receive some, like, guidance or tips from him, but that's not gonna happen. Lol.
You never know. Maybe it'll be like one day we're just streaming and then Love's like, hey.
Yeah, no,
Have all
I'm
this-
not streaming Eidolon.
I know.
At that point, at the point where that might possibly happen, I think is a point where I won't need it. Does that make
Fair.
sense?
It does, yeah.
But I don't know. If I make a playable game and it becomes popular, maybe I could talk to him about a crossover.
That'd be a very interesting idea, honestly.
He's doing this huge, like, countdown thing right now, and I'm, like, half on the line that the countdown is going to lead to a crossover with Maple Story. Don't know if that's for certain, but, like, he says it's going to be big, and that it's something we've never, like, expected before. And I kind of feel like it's that. Some kind of crossover. Maybe not with Maple Story, but something. That, or it's the new master class, and it's not gonna work like the previous ones. Or it's Eidolon merch. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna end the stream, get myself something to eat, and start reading this syntax. They have this cool thing here where you can kind of, like, go through this, like, mini, like, course thing that they set up for learning the syntax and stuff. And it also helps with, like, if you don't know code, but I do know code, so, like, I can jumpstart into it kind of deal. But it's like a all-encompassing, like, beginner tutorial to code and also Go.syntax and stuff in general. I'll just run through that, probably. See how I feel after that. Most of the stuff I did in actual Godot today has been, like, test stuff. Like, reading the documentation and doing step-by-step shit. Like, they give you the code and tell you copy-paste. Test it out! And I skipped, like, 2 of them. I read through them to, like, see how it worked, but I didn't actually, you know, do them. I don't know, it'll be interesting. I'm gonna be following a lot of tutorials, so, you know. Maybe I will have a Wolver sprite? I don't know. This is, obviously these aren't sprites, but puppy.
These sprites.
Puppy. I should work on a character sprite. I don't know how detailed I want to make the characters, but probably not that detailed, because I think most of the details going to go into, like, the armor instead. I mean, you've seen Eidolon, they have, like, they call them toons, but they're literally just guys who are slightly colored towards their class, and, like, are featureless, you know? I'm kind of thinking either... I don't want to make it like Spiral Knights where you can't see anything and it's fully the armor. I don't want to make it like that. But I would like to make it like some kind of mix or something. I don't know. Because like, when you become Puppy, I'd like to see Puppy. Or maybe I just make it so that like, if you become Puppy, a lot of the armor like transitions into like, not full armor kind of type deal. I don't know. I don't know what the art style is gonna be because I'm not that good at art. But I'll take some inspiration from Here Comes Nico or something. I don't know. I haven't seen a game exactly do, like, what I'm thinking of in my head, but I'm sure there is a game that's done that.
There's no such game. It never existed. It was but a fabrication.
Anyways, bye! Meet us
Bye, guys.
Tuesday! We'll be back to regular streaming. Fridays are
Yeah.
bonus.
Bonus is frick. Take care, y'all.